Good morning, guys. How you doing, Jamie? Yeah, good, very good. Thanks for asking, bud. Any non-DTR members in the chat yet here? Good morning, Colin. Today might be GME Rocket Chip Part 2. But don't chase that, please. Don't do any gambling today. No, it's all good. I mean, we'll talk about GME because it's gonna be a popular topic today. I don't trade the meme stocks, so not gonna be one for me. But we'll talk about it. There's certainly some levels in play here. So if anyone's got a request for it, I'm happy to go over the support and resistance. But it's honestly the options on it. I mean, the way they were priced yesterday were so expensive. It's going to be kind of crazy again today. I'm assuming they're going to be very expensive today. So it's important that you probably play these with shares, not options. Yeah, Amazon has that news catalyst now too, Jamie. They bought MGM Studios for like a couple billion, or like I think almost 9 billion. So that's that could possibly pump it up. Amazon, you have a bit of a wedge here, so you'd like to see that break. Once that wedge goes, then you kind of have. Let's see. I'd say this is your first area. This like 332.80 to 33.10, and then above that it gets a little bit choppy. Then it starts to move like 10, $15, maybe more. Then it moves like 20 bucks, and then another 20 bucks looks like. So those are your levels on Amazon. But remember, it's never like your confirmation for these breaks, for these like pattern breaks, is never going to be a non-horizontal line, right? So you always want to see it break above here, or here, or here, or here for a break, and then you wait for your low vol pullback and your confirmation before chasing up. So don't just chase the level break though, right? With a news catalyst, news can go either way. So it can always go somewhere else, right? And a wedge is not necessarily a break to upside or downside. It's just you'd like to think that this is going to act as resistance until it breaks, and then support, and then same thing for the on the way down. So let's see how this plays out, but hopefully gives you a little bit of action today. I mean, a news catalyst should theoretically do it. But we got a few things that are setting up a little bit. I don't really like Tesla today. Tesla looks gross until we can cross this like 627 area. I hate the levels in between. I think we just get really bad risk reward. So that might be a bit challenging. Apple looks really nice above this 128.30 area. But again, not a huge area to break above. So risk reward is going to have to be good. So we'll have to see how that goes. QQQ looks pretty tasty. Above this 335.50. See how that goes. And then SPY, I love this area to the all-time highs if we can get above. And then if we can break all-time highs, those are my favorite to trade, because no one has any reasons to trade, or sorry, any reasons to sell. So we'll see how this plans out. Volume I expect to be pretty low again today. Going into holiday this weekend, volume's gonna be pretty low. Things might be pretty slow. The way that the market has been behaving so far this week, we've been getting really nice setups, but they're not necessarily giving us that confirmation or follow through the way we expect traditionally. So we'll have to be really patient there, and we're not going to chase. Good morning, Rusty. Also, guys, another thing, we're going to announce the winner of the DTR contest on the live stream here today, probably after that initial morning rush, like kind of maybe around that 11 o'clock hour. So for people who are in here who are not DTR members, try to take advantage of this as much as you can. Ask as many questions as you'd like. Send as many chart requests. Do whatever. Take advantage of this experience and really give it a test run. This is the room is designed to work for the people who are in here. So if you're just a silent viewer, great, but you'll get a lot more out of it if you ask questions. And good morning, Henderson. It's tough to tell. We'll see how this breaks down. But traditionally, when GME was going through its mania, if you want to call it that, um, then the market was generally selling off. Now, I don't know. There's gonna be a lot of half-baked theories on Reddit and Twitter about GME today and how it's gonna be, shorts need to cover to, so they're gonna trim their Apple positions, they're gonna trim their Amazon positions or whatever. And I don't really particularly subscribe to that at the moment, at least not anymore. So we'll have to see how that plays out. But back then, when there were some big funds stepping into it, then yeah, that was sort of the theme. But I feel like these days we don't really have evidence of that at the moment, so I'd rather not assume that and just kind of let's see how things go. At least on QQQ and SPY, we've got some levels to play to the downside if we do break those areas. So we'll see how that comes together. Hey, good morning, Abdul. Is there anything you're looking at this morning, Abdul? Try to take advantage of this and ask as many questions as possible. Get a really good feel of what DTR is like. So if you're ever interested in joining us full time, you don't have any hesitation, and you can see how we're a little bit different to other trading rooms. Perfect. So we'll go over Apple quickly. SQ is not one I trade, but I'll do the support and resistance for it in a second here. So Apple, I like this break above 128.30 towards 129.40, maybe 129.50, 60-ish. My only concern here is that it's not a huge area. We've got like a little bit over $1. So if we don't get a big break, or we don't, like if it is a big break, it could really skew the risk reward ratio for us. And then same thing to the downside. To the downside, it's about like 90 cents, 95 cents maybe. And so it starts to become a little bit choppier into this kind of zone. So resistance to the downside could be this like 125.23 area, or this 125, or this 124.90. So we're gonna have to really be disciplined with our risk reward on Apple trades today. It looks good, and I think the path of least resistance is to the upside, but I'm not super thrilled with how much room there is at the moment. So we'll see how that goes. If we can break this 129.50, then we've got some nice room, and we might be able to get that good risk reward. So we'll have to just be patient and see how the volume plays out for us. On SQ, let's take a look. Okay, so it kind of looks like a similar story. Kind of have a double top here. Not a super clean one, but certainly there in play. And we'd be looking for a break above that towards that 122 area. But that's not a ton of necessarily room to the upside. It's about 1% room to the upside. And then so maybe if you can break that, you've got another $2, potentially this 129 area. So I'd probably be more interested above a break of this 122.08 towards 222.08 towards 229, 230-ish. I think that gives you a much nicer risk reward. So I'd look for areas above that. If you break down, or if we can't sort of hold this 220 area, I think you're looking for a break of this 212 down towards maybe 205, something like that. That's what I'd be looking at there. Yeah, so one thing we don't do here at DTR is we don't swing stuff overnight. We're pure day traders, right? So every trade has to be set up, confirmation, execution. Just because swinging overnight is just super unreliable, super inconsistent at the moment, and conditions just aren't giving us that. So we'll be able to find good enough setups and good enough trades if we're just patient and disciplined. And I mean, with all the headline risk and all sort of the inflation fears, all that kind of stuff, it just becomes really, really unreliable to be swinging calls or swinging puts. So let's take things day by day. don't ever wake up in a hole. Don't ever wake up with a big win, and just kind of remove some of the stress, remove some of the bias. So hopefully we can, find a few setups and get you back green. But we generally don't swing calls here. We never traded options there, Colin. So options is something I started trading for myself when I started trading retail. But at the fund, our time horizons was like 3 days. So on the short term strategy. So it would certainly be swinging positions. But it was a little bit different, right? Like we would do $40 million worth of exposure, and it would take us maybe a day to build up our max position, and then we'd hold that for a couple days, and then take us another day to get out, kind of thing. And then we had other, yeah. I mean, because it's such big exposure, right? They didn't need to use options. Most big hedge funds or pension funds or whatever, they use options for hedging, right? If you're going into a volatile event or something along those lines. Options are a really powerful tool for retail day traders because it gives you leverage and it sort of acts as a double stop loss. But most big hedge funds, they don't need to use them because they have enough capital where they don't have to worry about the time decay. Right? If I wanted to take $40 million worth of options in something like the SPY or Apple or whatever, I would move markets and I would get the SEC up my ass so fast that I wouldn't even be able to cash out for a profit. So that's why they don't do it. They would just move markets way too quickly. All right, guys, any other chart requests here? All right, so we got 15 minutes or so before market open. It's a good time to bring up all your, load up your execution software, your interactive brokers, or your Robinhood, or whatever you use. Make sure you're not having any data issues. Make sure everything's connected. If we have a setup today, we don't want to throw away our trades with an operational mistake or an operational issue. So just make sure you got everything up and open. I don't know, Abdul. I let price dictate terms to me. I don't have a crystal ball, unfortunately, so I see levels to the upside and to the downside. Could just chop and change here in the middle. But for myself personally, I wouldn't be very, say, thrilled if I was in your position. Like I think the likelihood of you getting to, I don't know, 132 or 133 to an area where you need to start making some money. I don't think that's going to be really possible in the next couple days. With SPY, I'd like to see it get to sort of all-time highs. If we can break above this 420.77, get our confirmation, then we've got room towards that 423 area, and that would be a pretty fun trade. But we need to be patient and let price dictate terms. So we've got a plan on how to trade these in either direction. So now we just see which plan comes true. So for people who are just joining us or just stepped into the room, take advantage of this, guys. Ask, chart requests, do whatever you want. Ask as many questions as possible. My objective here is to help you guys learn how to become independent day traders. DTR is like an education service first, alerts second. So I'm pretty transparent, right? I will talk you through all my setups. I'll talk you through all my trades. I'll tell you what my stop loss is, what my entry target is, all these sort of things. But ultimately, I want to teach you how to adjust and create strategies that suit your own personality and suit your own trading style. I only trade SPY, QQQ, Apple, Tesla, Microsoft. Those are my 5 tickers. But the principles that I try to teach you or try to share with you guys, it's kind of applicable for any security, any asset class. Our foundational principle or like sort of our core principle is that every trade needs to be set up, confirmation, execution. And we work really hard on defining those within each trade. So if you can't identify or can't define what those things are, you're not trading, in my opinion. And I think that's what sort of separates us from a lot of rooms where a lot of rooms will say that a level break, say this like 420.77 area, that will be your setup, your confirmation, and your terms for execution. Well, maybe 20% of the time when you break above that, you keep flying, but that's not reality. You don't really have any idea of how strong of a trade that actually is. So we always wait for a level, right? Break through the level is the setup only, never a reason to enter, never a reason to exit. So we always take that as our setup trigger, and then we look for our confirmation. And then if we satisfy our execution rules, we start trading. That gives us a much bigger advantage, and it gives us a much better hit rate. Now the market at the moment is really choppy, it's really tough, it's really challenging. And if you don't trade everything with setup, confirmation, execution, you are going to get crushed. So we'd like to help people avoid that and be very transparent and honest with what real trading is. So if you guys have any questions about what that looks like, or if you have any questions about what I think confirmation would be on a trade you're looking at, please ask as many questions as possible. I want to help you become profitable as soon as possible. Right? Don't be shy today. Ask a lot of questions. And as a room, I personally don't make like 30, 40 trades a day. That's not particularly what my advantage is. I think as retail traders, our biggest advantage is our ability to be patient and disciplined. So I look for, 1 or 2, sometimes 3 really, really good setups every single day. And sometimes if a trade is good, it gives you multiple points of entry. So we'll trade the same setup a couple times. But we don't, you know, there's like this Hollywood version of trading, or this like Twitter sold version of trading where it's like, 30 trades a day and every trade is 100% winner. That's not a reality. If it was, then those guys would be managing billions and billions of dollars worth of funds. And they wouldn't be posting stuff on Twitter, right? So it's really important to be patient and to be disciplined, and that's our biggest advantage as retail traders. All right, any chart requests here? We got 10 minutes to market open. All right, so there's no questions. We're going to go over my charts or my setups this morning. So Microsoft, I actually like quite a lot. If we can break above this 252.80 area, we got like $1.50, $2 upside towards this next resistance target. Pretty clear, not very heavy candles, not exactly a heavy volume, so it could move through there very quickly. I don't want to trade in between this range. I hate dojis in the range, right? Indecisive action, I don't want to trade that until we either get directional Q up or directional Q down. If we can break down, that's a much even bigger, that's an even bigger level towards like 248.40. So we'll see how that plays out today. But I think it looks like at the moment as if the upside is, the bias is towards the upside on Microsoft. With Tesla, kind of a similar situation where we got pretty nice level to the downside. If we can break under this 596, then we got about $25 worth of room down towards like 280, maybe 585, 578, 575, something along those lines. Kind of got somewhere in between there. Areas of support and resistance are always zones. So, we'll always kind of wait to see how this pans out. To the upside, I don't really like it until we can get out of this blue box here. I just don't think we're going to get big enough or justifiable risk reward to chase up until we cross this 627 area. Once we cross that, then we've got like $22 towards 650-ish, and that's sort of what I'll be looking for and be patient on. It might not set up for us this week, but I'd rather just sit and wait for the perfect trade. Apple looking for a break above this 128.40, and it kind of moves like $1 at a time, 2 levels up. We need the risk reward to be pretty good. The levels, kind of the room we have, it's okay. I'm not sure how likely we are to be able to get a good setup here or like good enough rules for execution. And same thing to the downside. The downside level is a bit kind of like indecisive. We could be this 125.20 area, could be this, 125.6. So there's a lot of potential like reversal zones here. So to the downside, I'm kind of reluctant to want to trade this until we can kind of get under this 124.80, 124.90 zone. Then we've got, some quite clear levels to play with. QQQ, kind of similar to Microsoft. Not quite the same kind of candle print, but similar levels where I want to see this kind of the 335 area break, and then we kind of got like $1.30 to go to the upside. If we can break above that, then we can move quite a bit as well. But I want to see how this goes. Certainly more of a bullish than bearish bias at the moment. But if we do break down, we'll see how we can play it down towards this like 331.70 area. And then SPY sort of gapping or sort of holding a baby gap up in sort of a no man's land zone. So I don't really want to play reversals in here at the moment. Starting to get a little bit wicky, starting to deal with a little bit of chop. So I want to see a breakdown or a breakout above 420.70 or 417.06. Those are kind of my targets. If we can break down under 417, we've got like $3 worth of downside. If we can break above this 420, we've got like $2 worth of upside. Yeah, you could kind of look at it like that, Rusty. But I hate the entries. I hate the entry targets here. So, like if we have this low vol pullback, I don't really know what the setup trigger is right now on this. So we need a setup to be triggered and then get the low vol pullback. I don't particularly think we've had a setup triggered on Tesla yet, at least not for the upside. But if we go arrows definitely pointing up. So, I would give it to you that is a low vol pullback on the daily. But for me, just no setup there yet. Any questions about that, guys? About what I'm looking at? Right, we're not going to be chasing a level break here this morning, right? So how many of the non-DTR members are like full-time traders or are trying to be full-time traders? Hey Paco, yeah man, we'd love to have you. I think the question you need to ask yourself is, do I think DTR will help me make money or prevent me from losing money? And I mean, trading is really lonely, especially if you work from home. It's really nice to surround yourself with a community, and we have like a Discord. We all work together. I think it's just nice to be able to bounce ideas off of each other. We'd love to have you. Like if you're a new trader, the best thing you can do is to build good habits right off the bat. That will be sustainable for any market conditions. The run up we had from March of last year to sort of Christmas or sort of February, that is not what the market's normally like. Pretty parabolic, kind of crazy, and rewarded a lot of bad habits. So, if you have good habits in conditions that are that crazy, it's really, really easy to start making crazy amounts of money. And when you have bad habits in challenging market conditions like we're experiencing now, it's really, really easy to lose all your money or to blow up all your account. So that's what we want to avoid. We want to build good habits so that when conditions are nice to us, we can take advantage of everything. And when conditions are bad, we can be patient and stalk and still catch our wins. Right? At the moment, markets are tough. They're going to get easier. And then when they're easy, they're going to get tougher. It's just kind of how it cycles. But the strategy that I deploy, at least, it works both ways. You can go long and short, and you can apply it to anything you like. So we'd love to have you here. We learn a lot every day, and we try to get better every day too. All right, guys, market open. So let's see how things react here off the opening bell. We're not going to chase this first, 5 seconds of action. That's not particularly interesting. One thing I want to do, maybe keep an eye on, is Amazon. See how the price is $250 a month. And you get a bunch of stuff with that. Good morning, Frank. So if you want to join, it's here. Depending on where you are, Paco, it's tax deductible. So I know in Canada and in some parts of the United States, you're able to write off educational services from your taxes for trading if it's trading income. So that's something to look into as well. But really, the question you need to ask yourself is, will it help me make money or help me prevent me from losing as much money as I have been losing? And if you think so, $250 is, you know, one small win, assuming a $1,000 account, like position size. Good morning, Frank. Good to see you. Guys, you're getting a bit of a pop here so far this morning. Looks good. Microsoft, let's see how volume looks on the 5-min so far. Not bad. Come back to that. QQQ not super enthused in this no man's land here, so we want to see this 335.50 area break. Let's give ourselves another visual clue here. All right, we'll just put a box. Want to avoid trades inside that box. How's your trading been going so far this week? We don't do any referral systems, Paco, but that might be something to do in the future. We're still a pretty small room, so we have 6 members full time, and my objective is to cap membership here at some point. I basically want this to be like classroom sized. I think that's the only way I can actually help people and be teaching people. If I have 1,000 people in here, I don't particularly think it's sustainable to teach people what trading is actually like. I want to be able to answer everyone's questions, those sort of things, and understand what your unique trading strategy is. Okay, it's exactly why we don't chase level breaks, right? You gotta pop above that, you know, potential area of resistance, and it sells off right away. It sells off 80 cents in a second. So we don't ever chase level breaks, guys. Always needs to be set up, confirmation, execution. We're not getting that yet. I mean, Tesla, I'm gonna put an alert here. So if it does break under this 597, 595 area, we're gonna have a way of knowing. I'm a firm believer in using alerts. Right? Our job as traders is to remove as much emotion from the decision-making process as possible. I find alerts really help out a lot with that. Okay, QQQ kind of rejecting in this box. So this is our setup candle, right? Not a confirmation, nothing. You need to see this close as a hammer, then get that low vol pullback kind of under this 333.90 area, and then we got room to go. But I'm not willing to chase this yet, so we'll come back to it in a few minutes. Volume is going to be our most important indicator today, as you know, things are thinning out into the long weekend. So we got to be really careful that we're not getting kind of head faked on things, stuff like that. That's going to be really important for us today. All right, check out how this looked on the 5. I wouldn't say this is a very good reversal signal. We'd like to see this close as a red hammer. And I'd like for it to be red because that means that sellers took back control. They fully regained control. In this tug of war, buyers still kind of won, even though that the pressure is pointing down. So hammers I love, or shooting stars, some people call them, to the downside. I love them when it's corresponding with the direction that you think the move is going to go. So we'll come back to QQQ a little bit later. Apple, right? That's a little bit better. I mean, it's pretty wicky, so it looks a little bit gross. So we might want to filter that setup out for now. Okay, nothing setting up for us here right away in the first 5 minutes. That's all right. So where she goes. If market goes weak, I think the nicest bear setup is probably Tesla. So if we get that market dump, it's going to be Tesla and then probably SPY. SPY's got quite a lot of room to the downside too. So let's see if one of these setups for us. Yeah, good question. So say I was in Apple right now. Okay, this is my entry price. It's just a hypothetical, right? So say I was in this, I wanted to take 120, breakdown of 126 towards 125.80. Say that's my profit target, this white line, this one here. I'm going into the May 28th puts, and I'm looking at the 127s, which are about $1 at the moment, 126s, and then I have a couple rules. So I always try to go for what my profit target is as a starting point. So my profit target is 125.88. Okay, round up, that's closest to 126. So my starting point is to look at the 126 strikes. Then I look at what the price is and what the spread is. So I always want the spread to be less than 2%, because I hate entering a trade and then being wrong right away or needing a 20-cent move to start making money. So I want the spreads to be really tight. And so that's tough to get on something that's pricing at 60 cents, right? Where a 1 cent spread is almost 2%. So I'd probably filter up to the 127s, which are trading at about $1. And where a $1 move in those towards this, say, 125.88 area, that's going to be approximately a 50% win. So that's a pretty nice delta. The other qualifier that I need is I need good volume on the option. So I need at least 2K option volume. So if I don't get 2K volume, I filter out that option as well. Hope that makes sense, Abdul. I have a inside here, we have a thing called execution rules, one of the DTR documents, and that goes over what all my rules are in detail. Let's take a look at Home Depot. So starting point for support and resistance is always previous day's high, previous day's low. We're not going to do the low here at the moment. If you can break and hold kind of this area, this is a setup trigger. I would say your next area is kind of like in here, 322-ish, 322.50 to 323. Kind of start going there, but I think you kind of have this half. You got kind of like two half levels here, Casey. This one and then this one. So I would say somewhere in between this zone is kind of where I'd be looking at for a possible profit target. Need that low vol pullback still, though. Even on the 5, it still needs to happen. Yeah, I'd say 5 minute looks pretty good for now, but it's flying up into this zone. If you can break above this like 322.75. It looks like you have a pretty nice area there. And that's not a half level, that's a pure one. So, you know, you might not get the setup here right away, but you have a second entry here, possibly above this, call it 323, and you got like a $1.50 to go. So that might be your setup. Definitely, I think the best setup to the downside is definitely Tesla. I'm still really interested in that, but not triggering that, not triggered yet, I should say, sorry. SPY might be giving us this breakdown. The volume's not big enough. It's pretty hard to justify chasing that down. When volume's really light, it just opens up the door for really quick head fakes or really quick reversal. So we'd like to avoid those kind of conditions if possible. Hard to call this that low vol pullback too, eh? Maybe looks more like a reversal candle than a pullback candle. So Microsoft, if we can break down into this 250-90 area, we got a lot of room down as well. So if things start looking weak, we've got some nice setups in play. Remember, it's more important to find that perfect right trade than it is just to find any trade. It's a foundational principle here. Let's take a look, Jamie. Yeah, tough to be this low vol pullback though. Volume's pretty punchy and arrows pointing down. Yeah, QQQ, I was thinking about this. Volume's getting a little bit bigger. If it can become bearish engulfing on volume and in principle, that's a nice rejection setup. Then you'll need a second confirmation candle though. Right, but if it continues being this wicky, you want to see it fill out, maybe get towards this like 333.40 area. Then I'm with you. Definitely, yeah. Look, one thing that this week's been a little bit challenging. Monday was 1 for 3. Yesterday was 1 for 3 as well. But kept losses very small. So each trade was able to recover with pretty quickly. Historically, my hit rate sort of is in between 80% and 90%, depending on how the conditions are. But, that changes week to week, depending on how good setups are, how good the markets are to me. It's more, I don't really focus too much on specific winning percentage. I care more about how many green weeks I can stack up, how many green months I can stack up. I think focusing too much intraday on the green week or green winning trade percentage, it doesn't accurately reflect what risk reward is. And so it's more important that your risk reward and you're managing your losses don't crush you and don't hurt you, so that you're always kind of like one trade away from making your money. So, Frank, on this QQQ, kind of hard to justify. I think this bottom wick is tough. It's just a tough one at the moment. Certainly not A+. SPY much, I prefer it a lot more on a possible rejection. But we need that low vol pullback because I don't really like this candle as a bearish engulfing. Same concept, right? So this is sort of a nice candle. Now we need maybe a confirmation or a low vol pullback. But I still think if we're going to get a setup, the best one to the downside is this Tesla. So Jamie, back to your Twitter. Certainly have a bit of a gap to get up into here. You know, maybe towards this like $62 area by the looks of it. So it's not bad. You can be pretty patient letting this thing set up, but I hate this candle here on the 5-min. That's pretty gross. Yeah, volume's really been thin recently. You know, the 30-min it doesn't look too bad, but on the 5 it looks pretty nasty. I think realistically, I don't really want to trade this range until we can get a clear breakdown either below or above. There's better setups to be had to the downside or the upside, personally. Now, the reason I look really patient compared to other rooms is because those rooms just send out, you know, 1,000 different charts, and they make you assume a little bit that they're taking a trade every time it breaks a certain level, right? And that's not really what reality is. Yeah, QQQ's looking not bad. Still want to, like, I kind of want to see the low vol pullback. Like, we have that set up here. Right, if we can close below, that'd be great. But I hate how these arrows are telling us that it's dip buyers pushing price up or dip buyers are fighting. So I'd like to see a candle close where dip buyers aren't in control. They're not winning the tug of war. That for me is really important to see here, and then get that low vol pullback. Yeah, Microsoft, I still want to see it get under this 250.90 area. So we'll put an alert on it. Take a look at DKNG for you, Jamie. Yeah, certainly, but this is a tough to call this a low vol pullback when it's bullish engulfing or bearish engulfing on volume, if you want to call it that, of the previous candle. You would have liked to have seen a bid kind of volume wise of this like 1540. When it's this high, it's hard to expect to get much follow through, or at least hard to expect that it's hard to call it an A+ setup. So we can close like this on Q. That certainly looks a lot nicer, but we need that arrow pointing down, I think. Otherwise, you want clues that sellers are taking control, that it's not buyers taking control. Oh shit, wrong one. So it doesn't mean it won't go, Jamie, but when the volume just creeping up a little bit too high, at the very least, you'd like it to be less than the previous candle, right? That's a bare minimum. When it gets above and it's above average, I think you got to filter that one out. So yeah, see how this closes here in the last 5 seconds, sorry. But this is a much nicer candle now on Q. So if we can get that low vol pullback here, then we got a lot of room down towards this 331. So we don't need to be very, like, we can afford to be patient because there's a lot of room to the downside, right? So let's wait for this thing to set up, give us that low vol pullback, and then we can chase it in. Right? What you want to see is you kind of want to see price come back and sort of test this like 331.50 area, kind of your setup line, and then push down, right? You want it to be a green candle, kind of like this one at this 1550, where it's a green candle but arrows pointing down on it. That's what we're looking for. Maybe even something that looks like this opening candle. Otherwise, we need to stack up, just keep on stacking up bits of information that are telling us it's bearish. So not there, not ready yet. We'll come back to that one though. Yeah, if he breaks that 50, that's a really good spot. Say like that's your area. If you break there, then I mean it doesn't really look like you got much in the way. I think you're probably going around there, 53 bucks. Okay, so if this is kind of what you want to see early doors in this action. But the way this candle's wicked down, at the moment, yeah, Frank, but it's closer to setting up at least, right? It's closer to giving us that confirmation. SPY, I want to see break under this 417 target. Q, if we can get that to look like this candle, this 1550 candle, or to look like this opening candle of the day, then that's like that starts to look like it's an A+ setup. As long as volume can kind of remain pretty low, that'll be pretty nice. But I'm not in a rush to chase this here. Don't want this making a higher high in a perfect world. So, I mean, if you can close like this, that's textbook. But I'd like to see that arrow pointing down, right? Where it's a bullish candle but bearish pressure, and then once that gets taken out, buyers aren't in control. Yeah, so it should just look like this on Pine Editor, where every line is its own little thing. And the code, Rusty, is on the it is on the website. So just gotta copy and paste this in, and then it's annoying. So every time it should all just be like one line, if that makes sense. So it looks like this. So let's see how this, if this QQQ can cooperate with us over the next 30 seconds or so. At the moment, this would be my stop loss, right, and this would be my entry target. Break under this area. So red stop, green entry, and see if we're getting at least 2-to-1 risk reward. So we're getting 50-cent risk for about $1.40 reward. That certainly is justifiable. Now he's got to see how this closes in the next seconds. All right, so pure indecision, either way, right? So that's not bad. We'll take that as a doji. If we go to our bearish candlesticks patterns or bullish candles, when it's something that's like a neutral doji, that's fine, right? It means neither buyers or sellers won. So if you can take them out, that's pretty interesting. But if we make a higher high here, I'm gonna not be very interested in this setup. So yeah, this is kind of gross action on DKNG since Jamie. I think you gotta wait for that $50 area to break, but it might not happen today. So let's talk about these. What strike price I've been looking at on Q. Alright, I think the setup is dead now. Yeah, I'm looking at the options. But I do think for now QQ is probably dead. I don't like that we made a higher high. That's a bullish piece of information. Doesn't mean it won't go. Doesn't mean it won't sell off. But I hate. It's like it just becomes conflicting, right? It's a conflicting piece of information. All right, so we're almost at 30 minutes into the trading day. Good time to take stock of how things look like on the longer time frames, right? Get a little bit of context. The 5-min candles can look very deceiving on not very crazy price action, right? So it's important to take some context clues. This is a pretty nice candle on Microsoft. Take a look. Yeah, I got kind of this like 2028 area, 222.8 area for quite a bit of upside now towards 229.60. So yeah, you can get that low vol pullback. I think that's really good. Only concern though is, sorry, I'm on the daily. Volume's pretty nice too, so you could justify going shorter time frame if you can get that break. And yeah, Henderson's spot on. So with QQQ and SPY, sometimes the spreads might not be good enough on the daily expiration to justify, but they'll usually be a lot nicer, say if you go to Fridays or you go to next week's. So you have a little bit of flexibility there, but generally rule of thumb is for options that expire today, you always play them in the morning, and then in the afternoon you move on to the next expiration date because the decay just starts to become a little bit too aggressive. But yeah, see if you can get that close above here. Still a pretty bullish candle. So I think you're fine. You're looking fine there for now. See if Microsoft can give us a proper hammer here. Could almost look at this now on QQQ as a low vol pullback if it closes, like this. If it closes like that kind of candle, right? Or a bit like a hammer, right? A hammer, a bullish hammer like that. That's the least bullish candle pattern. Yeah, it's chopping and changing. Remember that, like, it's going to defend this 600 area with a lot of conviction. So we're not going to chase it until it gives us something. QQQ looks a little bit more tempting now after that print. Keep an eye on that. But yeah, high sup like I'm not really interested in bullish plays on Tesla for a while anyway, so the only real play for me is a breakdown under this 595. Until that happens, it's hard to chase this. So I'm really tempted at QQQ here, guys. The option spreads on today's aren't very nice. I think we can be a bit patient with it though. I'd like to see this give us a textbook setup. So let's see if we can get that a kind of close here. So this for now is our setup, right? A break under. We've got a lot of room to play with, so we don't need to be in a rush to enter this. And then let's wait for that low vol pullback, kind of under this 333 area. Still have like, you know, towards this 331.70. So there's lots of room to go. We don't need to chase this down. Microsoft might give us that break too here in a second. And that's a potentially really good setup here. And volume was really good on the previous candle, so we can justify going shorter time frames, at least for now. If QQQ goes, then Microsoft should too, right? It's kind of how it works. That's why I like trading these very highly correlated names. So you get a lot of very similar setups, and then you just filter out which one's strongest or which one's weakest. That's a big advantage. So we gotta wait for that setup always, guys. Like, I try to talk myself out of trades more than talk myself into trades. I think that's a really important psychological trick to play on yourself. Hi, Sup, what do you normally trade? Is this and is this your first time checking out the DTR live stream? Tesla's starting to maybe give us that breakdown under 600. It's getting close. Nice. Do you trade full time? Well, if you keep stacking up wins, you'll get there eventually. Just don't chase that target, right? Let it come to you naturally. Okay, so this is not a bad setup here, potentially on Q. We need that low vol pullback though. So we want a candle to look like this one, or like this one, but with an arrow pointing down. How's your trading been going so far this week? need this candle to close first, guys, before we chase any entries. Nice. Yeah, it's been a bit of a frustrating week, right? But glad you're in the green. We're not chasing this yet, guys. Not chasing this yet on cue. But if we do, if it does close like this at the moment, we still got 3 minutes to go, so we're in no rush here. It does close like this. Green line will be my entry. Red line will be my stop loss. On the 30 min KC, this is starting to give us potentially that low vol pullback. We are kind of getting that normal body bullish at resistance, so a break above with this, that would be a potential setup there for you. Are you in any trading rooms, High Sub? Yeah, if it sets you up on the 30, then you got a pretty nice setup, but don't rush it, right? That's fair. Are there any accounts you like on Twitter? I'm assuming you follow me. I'm guessing that's where you found this link. So on this low vol pullback, we don't want to see it get too much bigger than this 955 candle. See if it can hold up. Okay, we're still getting good risk reward here, so it's still in play. Nice. Well, I'm glad you're joining us on the stream today. I stream like this every day for DTR members. We just try to stack up reliable, good trades. See, my goal is to help people learn as quickly as possible. And like for myself personally, I'm a monkey see, monkey do learner. And I think that's probably the easiest way to learn how to trade. And then you have a room where you can bounce ideas off of and kind of know that people have the same motivations as you, the same objectives. That's a really powerful tool, but like everything, right, it's what you make of it, how motivated you are to use everything at your disposal. So I'd like to see this wick, top wick, push it down closer to the bottom, but it looks unlikely like that's going to happen. We need some pretty dramatic action here in the last second. So for me, this setup is dead. We're not going to chase this down for now. Bullish engulfing practically. I mean, not on volume, but I mean, that's kind of a warning sign, I would say. We'll just let things bounce around until they give us clean setups. I don't really want to chase anything that isn't there. Yeah, it just keeps bouncing at this 251, right? It's getting closer, though. We'll watch. We'll watch for some clues. I mean, Tesla, I still feel like it might want to go for us. On the 5-minute time frames, things are starting to look a little bit gross. Take a look at Snap. Yeah, that's not bad. I hate how low this goes, though. Like I would say, right, you're looking for ignoring what potential support and resistance are. Your setup is a break above this 60-70 area at the moment. I don't know what daily support and resistance is. Oh, okay, Microsoft crossing. So let's see if we can get a breakdown under. QQQ just might chop all the way down for us and just not give us any entries. Really hard to justify getting in here though, guys. Like this is not, you're getting contradictory information, right? Really, really bullish candle. You know, light volume, but it just, you want things to be working in conjunction with each other. Not where it's a coin flip. So if that continues to be weak and it sells off, well then Microsoft should follow suit. And hopefully we can find a nice setup in there. And Microsoft's got a long way to go here. We got about $2.50. So we don't have to rush into this. See if Tesla can give us another $10. So anyone else who's in the chat right now, any trades that you guys are looking at? Okay, Apple might give us a possible setup down here to the bottom. But if we're going to get weakness, I think Microsoft is a nicer play. Huh, BlackBerry. Jamie likes the meme stocks, huh? Hey, referral helper, welcome back. Yeah, well, Apple, I mean, this is giving us a possible setup to the downside. Yeah, that's pretty gross to be a flag, I think. I would say this is a bit too aggressive. So Apple's starting to break down, Microsoft's starting to break down. So we got that, finally got that close under this Microsoft level. So we can get that low vol pullback. Man, everything's just chopping and changing. What a fight for everything here. Call Sun Meme, how's your trading been going for a while there? In between free Wednesdays. So Microsoft at the moment, entry would be below this. If we can get that arrow pointing down, preferably body relatively tight. Stop loss at the moment is this kind of area. We're not in this yet. I saw what the breakdown of the bank names is. That's funny. Okay, Apple might be giving you that low ball pullback too, potentially. So we'll see if one sets up here. We can be pretty aggressive with our stop loss at the moment because we've got really good risk reward here. Yeah, volume is certainly creeping up there, right, on this buyback, which tells you that, you know, maybe those dip buyers are protecting it with a lot of gusto. Yeah, not bad, Jamie. Could look at this possibly as a low vol pullback. Not quite perfect, but doji, low volume. Yeah, I'd give this a B plus, maybe a B. Yeah, I'm gonna have to stay away from Microsoft. I think this is a very aggressive pullback now or buyback, so it's a bit challenging. Apple might be giving us the only other setup here. We have to be patient. QQQ, big purchase back. So very choppy morning here. Choppy and frustrating. This volume on Apple's creeping up a little bit too. As long as it stays below average, I'll be okay. I'll be into it, but tough. Yeah, my only concern though is like we're getting a few of these kind of engulfing reversals and then we're not getting that confirmation. So when we don't get confirmation, that makes things really challenging. Nice, good work. What have you traded so far? Apple's giving us a pretty nice setup here, guys. If the volume can stay low, it's gonna be close. All right, I'll call that a low vol pullback. I'll be looking probably at the 126 puts here on Apple. No, okay, I'll be looking at the 127s. Entry only if we can get under here, right? If we make a new higher high, this dies on me. So right while we're waiting for this to give us take out these low volume buyback, get your order set up, right? Have your stop loss put in place, have everything good to go so that you're not chasing anything, right? You're not running behind or you're not whatever. So that's starting to look a little bit nicer on Microsoft, but it's getting pretty wicky here. That's a bit of a concern. Good luck, Jamie. I don't know what the option spreads are like, but hopefully they're pretty tight. All right, setup is dead for now on Apple. Good times. Okay, not bad, Jamie. Good work. Looks like you're starting to run a little bit. That's a beauty. So I'm not going to play this range in between, right? I told myself pre-market that I'm not going to play this 250, 280 to 251 range. I only want to see breakouts in between. And it's because of these wicks, right? I hate these wicks. That just tells me really indecisive price action. Makes me think that I'm not going to get follow through on a setup if it comes. So, gotta talk myself out of it. Gotta stick to my pre-market plan. I mean, it's a big gap fill, right? Like that's if you get to $65 on Twitter, you're buying us all memberships for a year, Jamie. Kind of have a couple ones here. You got one there. It's kind of what it looks like to me. Got one there too, possibly. You know, I'd like, close like say a third of your position above this 59.30 and then see if you can run towards that 61 area because there's not much there. So yeah, like Frank, I know you're talking about that reversal. I told myself that I wasn't going to trade this in between range on Microsoft today, so I'm going to stay away from it. Market just wants to chop and change for us. I'll let it do that. Go give yourself some context, right? Go longer time frames. We're getting some really, really indecisive morning action here. So we can't chase things that aren't there. And the indecision just gives me so much pause about that reversal trade. Yeah, just be careful with this volume, Casey, on the 5. Trying to creep up a little bit. If it keeps up at this pace, you're likely going to get above average. So don't let it get too much higher than this 10-15 candle. So we can get bullish engulfing here on the SPY. That could be a really nice trade on the 30. It's got a little bit of work to go. It might be a two-line strike play more than anything. What, 6/18, June 18th, okay. Yeah, Tesla looks okay on the 5, but it's hard to justify this risk reward, right? Your target would be kind of this high a day, which is like $5 away, and your risk is $4 on this candle. So you can't really justify that. You need 2 to 1 or better. You're getting 1 to 1. The base assumption for every trade is that it's a coin flip, and to justify a coin flip, you need to get better odds than 50-50. It's just creeping up a little bit, but you're getting this is a really nice candle, right? So if you want to call this like a B plus setup, Casey, you can go, but maybe wouldn't take this full size, right? If it's not A plus, don't go full size. Like Dr. Jag, if you can get a like a nice, maybe like low vol pullback, something that looks like this red candle here, something like that, then you might be able to justify the trade up, but I think you're getting really bad risk reward. Right, Apple, if I can get a low vol pullback here, I'll be interested in taking this. But until we do, right, all the information we've gotten so far this morning is that it's been really choppy, right? Things are just reversing. So we're not getting confirmation of anything really. So I don't really want to chase, right? I think that's just a way of just giving away your money. So yeah, that volume is your warning sign, right? Confirmation would have been a break above there. So good thing you stayed away. I mean, I'm happy. So with Apple, kind of got a little bit of flexibility here, right? So you'd like to see a low vol pullback kind of hang out around this green line. Don't want to get it too much higher. If you can get this, if this close is like how it is at the moment, unlikely because we still got 3 minutes to go. Your target is that, you know, 127.39 at a very bare minimum. That's a half level towards this 128.30. So you got about $1.30 of upside. So if you can keep that risk reward pretty tight, you know, that's 10 cents at the moment, right? That's a trade worth taking, because if you're wrong barely, and if you're right, you've got really nice return. So if they can hold up like this, that would be awesome. So we'll see how this goes. If this is a reversal, I'd be happy to play more than the reversal on Microsoft. For whatever reason, I don't like these Microsoft wicks. Just kind of concerns me a little bit. So let's take a look at these Apple calls. Call in 1 sec. I mean, I'm probably looking at the 127 calls. I think that's probably what they're going to be. They'll be about $1 if we can break above this 127. I think targeting 128 is a bit too ambitious. I really like the volume on the 127s as well. So yeah, Apple's definitely my favorite here, guys. But I want to see this, you know, be a bullish bearish candle, right? So I want it to look like this one, right? That's sort of what we're going for. This red candle is, that's perfection, right? That's A+ if we can get there. So let's wait. We still got a minute 20 on this candle, so no rush. Watch this Apple. Hopefully it doesn't break out too far much. Like, we don't really want to see it to go. We want it to stay red. Come back to this in a few seconds. That's a tough one. Don't worry about that, Colin. We got room to go here, right? We got towards this like 128.30 area. So we don't have to be in too much of a rush here. SPY I want to avoid inside this, or sorry, QQQ I want to avoid inside this blue box. Microsoft kind of chopping up on this reversal. It's a bit challenging. So if we get that low vol pullback here, maybe that'd be something I'd be interested in. Right, you got about $1 worth of upside, so you got a little bit of room to play with. But we always wait, guys. We always wait for these pullbacks. We need to know how weak, or basically how strong people are defending prices, right? When we see that they're not defending it with very much strength, and then they get taken out, that gives us confirmation that we're going to get follow through, or that we can expect follow through. We don't try to catch a falling knife or a rising knife. I mean, I don't know what the opposite of that saying is, but Always try to be patient and wait for the perfect setup. If a trade is strong, it'll give you multiple points of entry. You don't need to just chase into the first one. All right, SPY's giving us a possible setup here. We're getting close to one on a high at daybreak. All right, and we got $1.50 of upside. We can break above that. That gives us something too. But it's just really important that we're patient, guys. All right, we always need to know how strong or how weak sellers are. Let's take a look at Netflix. All right, yeah, possibly. Volume on the 30, just good enough. I mean, this is your setup more on the 30-minute time frame. There's your low vol pullback, right? Bearish or bullish open. But you kind of got some half levels to deal with resistance-wise. You got that there, which is going to act kind of as a potential stopgap. I think it's going to be tough to get good enough risk reward until you can kind of get above. You know, you're getting a dollar move on a $500 stock. That's not really justifiable. Things are just chopping and changing, chopping and changing. Yeah. So very choppy action so far this morning, guys. We're getting setups, but no confirmation of anything. So it's a little bit annoying, but that's the way it goes. You gotta be patient. Those are just warning signs, right? That it could be a range-bound day, and we gotta wait for tight reversals. Microsoft could be giving that low vol pullback here. This is a pretty textbook one. Right? Hasn't made a lower low. So that's bullish, right? That's good. You like to see it close out as this, like looking as much as this candle as possible. That's really what your objective is with this. Entry there. Stop there. Red line. But it's getting a bit too full now, so you gotta be really careful. We got dollar upside for 20-cent risk, so that's pretty good risk reward. Alright, so that's not bad. Definitely a low vol pullback. I'd be interested in probably the 250 calls here. But guys, like for myself, it's not a setup I'm taking. My pre-market plan was to not trade in between this range, so I gotta stick to it, otherwise there's no point having one. Right, Apple didn't quite give us that pullback. It's too aggressive at least. It's annoying because not even getting very nice reversal candles anywhere. Jamie, do you know how much it needs to move for you to be profitable? Like I would look up options profit calculator. And here's the link. And see what it needs to do for you to go green. I wouldn't ever swing calls or puts until you kind of know where it needs to go for your break even. That's all right. Tesla, Dr. Jag, like this kind of area here, it's like 615 to 627 area kind of sucks. Like there's a lot of wicks in between. There's not really much action. I want to see it break above this 627, and then we've got a ton of room up. But the way the market's going at the moment, or like kind of the theme of the week so far has been things have been moving slow. We're not getting follow through on anything. So, this might be something that comes together on Tuesday next week, for example. But then you got $20 of upside. So you just have to be patient with this one. Like going into a long weekend, if I was still trading at a fund and I had to deal with COVID and all this kind of stuff, I'm taking all of this week off and going to the beach, or I'm going to Miami, or I'm going somewhere, right? I'm not super interested in staying in the office and trading when I've just gotten my vaccine and I've just gotten all this sort of stuff, right? So that explains some of the choppiness of the market and explains some of this low volume. You gotta look at it within the context of what we've been experiencing with. And we're not really getting any follow through for that reason. Right? Trading into a long weekend can be really challenging. Right? Because retail doesn't push markets. You gotta think like a fund, right? Because if you get on the same side as them, that's when you got the support and price is gonna go your way. But when you're trading against a bank or a fund or something like that, you kind of just screw yourself a little bit. I talk about this a lot, but like our biggest advantage as retail traders is our ability to get in and out of positions whenever we want, and our ability to be patient. So when things are chopping about like this, like they are today, right? It's a good time to be patient. We'll wait for our A plus setups, and when we get them, we'll take advantage of them. But just because things are bouncing around doesn't mean we have to trade them. We're getting setups, but we're not getting confirmations. And without those confirmations, it's hard to expect to make any money. Over trading will blow up your account faster than taking a bad trade. So let's be patient, right, with all of our entries. So look at the volume on the SPY here, right? We're well below average. So that basically what that tells me is that I can't switch to the shorter time frames looking for setups. If the volume is below average on the 30-minute time frame, if I go in those shorter time frames, it's just a lot of signal noise, right? And so it doesn't give me anything reliable. So if we're below average on the 30, I gotta wait for setups on the 30 min. That's how I avoid false signals and how I avoid fake outs. So only willing to go on the shorter time frames if the preceding candle that we're in is above the 30 min. That for me is extremely important, right? We're getting that across the board, just not in test, or sorry, not in the SPY. Right? Microsoft, the volume's starting to thin out now too. It's still there, but no, it feels like it's maybe found a bit of a shelf here. Call this a half level. Remember, market's not going anywhere, guys. It'll be here tomorrow. It'll be here Friday. So don't chase anything just for the sake of it. So Amazon struggling in this wedge still, eh, Jamie? Couldn't ever break above this 3280 area. That's funny. It's crazy what a news catalyst is, right? Like, big news on Amazon today, bought out MGM and then doesn't move at all. It's kind of funny. So if we get a possible reversal candle here, like a red hammer, shooting star, whatever you guys want to call it, you know, something like that, that could be really nice. Nice reversal play potentially on Tesla. Down towards this like 600 area. We're just not getting anything setting up here. Just chopping about and not giving us any reversal signals, nothing like that. So we can't force anything. Yeah, I'm trading the news. If you can get something reliable, it's like these days the market's rewarding a buy the rumor, sell the news type trade, but you gotta filter through a lot of shit to find the right rumors. are all the DTR members right now in the chat? I'd like to do the draw here for a second for the contest I was running last week. Hard to justify going shorter time frame at the moment, KC. Well, that's pretty presumptive of you that you thought you well on. Okay, so we had 9 eligible entries. It's not too bad. All right, do you guys want a drum roll here? See if I can do a drum roll. All right, and the winner is Jamie Williams. So Jamie, I'm gonna send you an email here in a second with like clues, or like not clues, how to redeem your prize. Not going to charge you for the next coming month or whatever one you would like to choose. And I'll send you information on how to redeem your TradingView 1-year subscription. So congratulations. Glad it stayed with someone in the room. To those who didn't win, we'll be doing another contest here at some point. Is that right on Tesla? Are you guys seeing this? Are you guys seeing this wick here? You're seeing it on your charts too, right? It's not just a misprint. I think the term is stop the count, Casey. So this is some screwy behavior. I don't know if it's real or not. Well, it wasn't a wheel spin, so. So at least now Microsoft maybe getting a bit of a bull flag here, possibly. Not a perfect one. More of a descending wedge. Could be something. SPY, the best setup here, I think, is to the upside. We can break this 419.20. Then we got some room to go. What was your confirmation? Or like what was your entry time, Casey? Was it there? Well, I don't know if I want to encourage that kind of behavior anymore. Yeah, okay, so you kind of got head faked a little bit. Yeah, I don't like the 3-min time frame, Jamie. I don't know what's going on with this wick personally, and I don't want to take any trades inside this Tesla zone. So imagine this is your entry. You got $3.25 stop for like $4.50 reward. So not really a good enough risk reward ratio for me to justify that trade, even on the 3-min. Just this blue zone, you got some nice levels of support and resistance, but the way that they're looking, it just didn't look like anything was going to give me any setups that were going to be better than 2-to-1 risk reward. So got to stay away. Casey, don't become a bag holder here, right? Don't let this escalate. What happened yesterday with Apple was pretty lucky, and not something I'd recommend you continue doing. All right, so see if we can get this set up here on the SPY. Certainly creeping up closer. Yeah, fair enough. No, that's fair. But it's just about, stacking up good habits, right? Yeah, for sure, Dr. Jag. One sec. All right, definitely a bit of a parabolic move. Let's see what the areas of support and resistance are here. There's your next area of resistance. Then it looks you got like that 108 area. So volume's really good on the 30-min previous candle. Huge volume. So if you get a break above on this time frame on the 5-min, you can justify switching to it. Get a break and hold of 105, then a low vol pullback with a candle that kind of looks like this one. Right? And volume needs to be lower than whatever the preceding candle was. So something that looks like this here, May 25th at 1240. You get a candle that looks like that, you got a nice setup in play. But at this 105.13 area, 105 area, that looks to be like pretty big resistance. So kind of been what held down this entire move. So you need to see a little bit of, you need to see this hold and get tested before you want to chase it up higher. but you have like 3% upside. So it's you have a nice possible setup there. So you want to see this candle close and to look like something like this, one of these three, like this candle, or this candle. If it closes like that, then you wait for a low vol pullback that looks like this candle or this candle. And then your entry is a break above whatever that target is. So if it closes like this, that's really good, really strong volume. So yeah, that's what this room is for, though, by the way, Jag. Like Dr. Jag, sorry. Right? If you have an idea or you want a sounding board, you bounce it off people, you kind of sanity check yourself. And then, you know, maybe you learn a few things, you get a few ideas. But the goal is for everyone to be able to have their own conviction in trades, right? Perfect. Alright, so SPY's starting to look kind of getting a little bit tempting here. Nice. See if Microsoft can pop here. Yeah, SPY might give us something, but the volume's thin, so I gotta be careful. If we get a textbook set up on the 5, I might go for it, but smaller size. Volume's been so thin all week on SPY that maybe the 21 period is a little bit too much of an average. So Peloton, you got a lot of room to go here. So you don't need to rush an entry, right? Wait for that low vol pullback and then go. Otherwise, you're just setting yourself up to get head faked. SPY is really the only thing I'm interested in here, guys. Yeah, that's fair. And that's why I mostly just trade SPY, QQQ, Apple, Tesla, Microsoft. Because reliably, their option spreads are pretty tight. I hate starting a trade where I'm 5% down or something like that at entry. That's just a terrible feeling. So there's a method to the madness. And big spreads hurt you in either direction. Say you get stopped out and the spread's 5 cents. Well, that could be another, 10% loss. Could be another 5% loss. That always hurts. And then when you're taking profit, it hurts you too, right? So it's just not fun to deal with that. I like to have conviction in my entry and exit prices. SPY candle needs to fill out here. This top wick's getting a little bit too big for my interests. Colin, I hate this Tesla zone. I hate it. There's terrible risk reward here. Like, I just think inside this blue box, we got to step away. All right, so that's a really nice candle on the SPY. So we can get a textbook low vol pullback. I want something that looks like this candle, but smaller wick and less volume. So I'll see how this holds up. We got 4 minutes here to go. Just the risk reward just is not there for me on Tesla at the moment, Colin. So gotta walk away. We got quite a bit of room to go on this SPY setup, so we're happy to let this go down a little bit. Man, Jamie, your interests are varied. It's not bad if you get that low vol pullback. The volume is crazy consistent on this thing. Almost feels like it's a misprint. At the moment, this would be my stop loss. Damn, that volume's getting too big. Yeah, guys, can't take the SPY trade. We're 2 minutes in and the volume's already bearish engulfing, so that sucks. I mean, this could potentially be on QQQ. I mean, I don't really like this blue zone, but this is definitely your setup here. All right, white line. Low ball pullback potentially on the 30-minute time frame. 15 minutes to go though, so a little bit of work to do, but Could be a setup. Amazon might be finally giving you that life. Red hammer, not perfect. Decent confirmation candle. Now you want to see a break above this 3280 area. Yeah, it's getting closer. But this is your opening candle, right? So not quite higher highs yet. Or like not highest highs. You kind of want to see it break this high a day before anything. And like if you go shorter time frames, this is gross. So yeah, I would say this SPY setup's dead. This volume's huge. So I gotta wait for some confirmation on the 30. Microsoft just keeps chopping about crazy. Bit of a slow morning, bit annoying. For some reason these days, Wednesdays are, seems like they're being the slow day of the week. At least with Apple, if we can get above this 127.40 area, the volume has been above the 30 all day long, so we can go shorter time frame. We can at least justify it. So that might give us a little bit more flexibility to play this towards this 128.30. Let's see how this holds up. I'm gonna add an alert on this just so we don't miss it if it crosses up. But remember guys, it breaking this 127.30 area, 137.40, it's not an entry signal. Is anyone here in the live stream at the moment that is, considering joining DTR or, has been in other trading rooms before? Yeah, on the 5 minute it looks pretty nasty. On the 30 it looks a little bit nicer, but the way things are looking here at the moment, they're not that fancy, not that pretty. Whoa, Jamie, shots fired. Jesus. You win one contest and the ego gets right to your head. Unbelievable. I wonder if we get some reversal signals here. It's just these wicks, I think. Right? I think that's sort of what he's talking about. It's just a lack of conviction in any of this action over the last like 30 cents. Right? So that just makes it really hard to want to trade. Basically just stop hunts all the way. You're not going to get any follow through when you see stuff like this. Lack of conviction makes things very hard to want to chase. And that's what wicks tell me. If we can get a red hammer here on SPY, that could be a lot of fun. It's got a few minutes to go, though. That'd be like our first nice actual potential reversal signal that we've gotten all day. None of the action we've had so far has been particularly convincing with their reversals. So if they're just going to chop and change like that, that makes it really hard. right, so for those of you who aren't DTR members, how many of you guys trade like 3 or 4 days a week? Or how many aspire to trade 3 to 4 days a week? Yeah, is it like for me, Casey? It was close. It was all right, but like I just, for whatever reason, I didn't want. Like I really didn't want to trade in between this range. It just looked nasty. Where we had huge wicks up and then just kind of stayed in between. So that's why I wanted to avoid it. You know, that was sort of my game plan all day long. So sorry for giving you maybe a little bit of a tilt towards that direction. How do you find your, is your trading going well, Kaiser? On those like 1 to 2 days, or is it a bit of like a crapshoot? What do you mean by taking more risks? What does that mean? Like your risk reward isn't good enough? Or some other factor? Right, okay. Like being patient's really hard, especially when you're working by yourself, right? Like when you're lonely and you're a bit bored and you don't have like people to bounce stuff off of, you start just trading for the sake of trading, right? And that can be kind of dangerous. Start taking B minus setups. You don't wait for the perfect trade. That's tough to do when you're by yourself. Because every idea you have, it's like hard to think that this idea is going to lose money. Much easier to talk yourself into trades when you're trading solo. Yeah, that's fair. I remember we talked about your cross strategy last week. Right? Like if it works for you, it works for you. But just like refine it so that you can kind of like define what A plus is versus B minus. That's more important. Like even if you take less trades, start stacking up more winners. That's better than taking more trades but lower quality. Yeah, that's fair. Man, GME, what a rocket ship. Right, like you should be able to define, like the way I talk about it is it's kind of like a puzzle where you should have like the border done and the box in front of you, and then you're just waiting, like you're looking for that one piece of information for an A plus setup. That's basically what trading should be, I think, in my opinion. That's when you start to find consistency and like the most reliable setups. So here on Apple, right, 15 min, we're getting bearish engulfing, but not bearish engulfing on volume. So that's kind of challenging. That's a really nice reversal candle print on the 30. Doji reversal. Certainly a trade here, guys. Need to see if the risk reward is good enough. Got 30 cents for about $1 upside. I'm going to take a look at this. Looking at the 127 puts. I'm going to go half size on this though, guys. I'm not going full size here. All right, I'm in Apple, guys. I'm in Apple. Only half size though. Right, indecisive plus reversal, break of low. In the 127 puts, target is sort of this line, 125.88 area. 127, Jamie's 127s. Trying to get some reversals, so Microsoft might give you this breakdown underneath this 251 area. Let's see how it keeps going. See if Apple can give us that follow through. It's only a half size trade though, guys. Only half size. Honestly, calls on meme. It's been like, market's been choppy like this for a while now. But today, like going into this low vol, kind of more than usual, for sure. Like for myself, personally, like a day like Friday, it's going to be really nasty. So like if you guys can avoid trading on Friday. It's not going to be nice at all. It's all right, Jamie. Setup should still be fine. You're just not going to get maybe that same reward potentially. there'll be a lack of volume, right? Which is going to lead to just like whipsaw action, quick reversals out of nowhere, all that kind of stuff. So it's going to be a lack of volume that's going to create artificial. I'll be getting my vaccine on Friday, so we'll see how I feel after that. Well, Tuesday everyone will be back to the office, right? Like if I go away for a long weekend, I come back on Monday. Huh. I don't know about huge volume because we haven't had that for a while. So, but you know, I would expect for things to maybe get a bit more closer to normal. Yeah. Hey, it's good to take some time away sometimes from the markets and to just take a breather. Especially when they're not behaving very nicely. I'm in puts here. 127 puts. At my entry price at the moment. Again, though, it's another trade where we're not getting that follow through right away. Theme of the week when you don't have that volume. Yeah, I don't know. You gotta put yourself into a position of a fund, right? I mean, I don't. Retail doesn't really move the market. Only thing I don't like right now about this Apple trade, is the spreads are starting to become a little bit inconsistent. I see them bouncing between 1 cent, 2 cent, 3 cent. And that's a little bit annoying. Yeah, but GME's not. That's so far detached from reality. This thing's a freaking monster. I can't believe it's holding up this well. It's insane. Like I don't personally trade those like small cap, low float names. So they're just pump and dump schemes, right? The rug's gonna get pulled out of it eventually, and it's gonna hurt a lot of people. And I hate being on the receiving end of that. That's a terrible situation to be in. Very unpredictable as well. So that's why I don't support a new watch list every day. I don't support any of those kind of ideas. You pick, you create a basket of securities that you're interested in and like trading. 5, 6, 7 names, and then you work from that, right? Become an expert in those names, and learn how they move, learn how they react to news, learn how they do all this sort of stuff. Yeah, it's pretty nice on. That's pretty nice 5-man candle, but I mean volume's really thin, right? So that's why I'm on the 30. This trade's based on, right, doji, indecisive action, hammer, reversal, then a breakdown under. That's your confirmation. So it's not a bad setup, but we're not getting that fall through again. Classic. And we're getting similar hammers across the board, right? That's another big perk to it. So let's see if this thing can go. When the market's being like really stubborn and stuff like this, guys, you should be in no rush to trade full size or to trade like full conviction on anything. Right? You can just chop and change, make a few, make like lunch money. It doesn't have to be, FU money every single trade. Like that doesn't have to be the objective. We're starting to get moving here a little bit. Almost time to protect my entry. But yeah, on the 5-man, Jamie, that's perfect, right? That's your perfect setup there. So now we're starting to move and shake. Let's see if we can get that follow through. I'm almost up 10% here, so pretty happy. Well, I don't think anything can beat that, KC. So I'm hopeful that we can just take profit before lunch and not have to stress about anything. That's what I'm going for. So my stop loss on this is at 90 cents at the moment, guys. My entry price is 92. So let's see if we can get that flush. Any non-DTR members get into this? Might be coming to you. Might be coming to you. I'll move my stop down just a little bit. I want to let this breathe for a sec. Stop's going to be 84 cents for now. Just want to let this breathe. Yeah, it's looking okay. It's not quite a reversal hammer. If you want it to be this candle instead as the hammer, right? Generally not a hammer if it follows a Alright, we're hedged. Perfect. Only thing I don't really like is how on the other hammer setups that we're kind of playing out, they're kind of starting to get close to reversing. It's only giving me pause here at the moment, so might not get too greedy here and just close out in a sec. Well, Microsoft still continues to look weak. My stop loss will be if this candle goes green. That'll be my stop loss. I'm not too worried about what Tesla's doing. Slow mover again. Calls on me. What was your logic for Apple calls? What was the trade there? So we can get this flush to start happening here pretty quickly. Otherwise, starting to look a little bit gross. Not yet. No, I mean, if it goes green, Jamie, I'll be getting out. We're getting close, but not there yet. Still not. I'm still in, but getting out here in a second. Breaks above that red line. There we go. Stop loss is at 86 cents. So if we break above, I will get out. We have a very baby loss. Happy to take a stab at that sometimes, right? Remember, my entry is 92 cents on this, right? So I'm, basically happy to take a little stab at this. It means very little. Let's take a look at that setup. EXPR. Talk me through what you did. So this is a swing from a couple days ago. Well, I don't see a 225 anytime recently. EXPR, yeah, right one. Been holding this for a while then, huh? I don't see that to be true. You mean 325? Even that doesn't seem right. Yeah, like I'm on the 5 min, but low of the day is $4, $3.99. Looks okay. Looks okay. Sounds good, Frank. Talk to you later. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Look, I'm still like I'm 3 cents offside here on my entry, guys. I'm not particularly bothered here at the moment. Nice work, Kaiser. Congratulations. Pretty boring trade here on this Apple. Not really moving. Ridiculous. See you later, Casey. Okay, come on, Apple. Let's give it to us here now. See if this thing can go. We're so close here. This is crazy. All right, guys, I'm getting out of this trade. Bit unlucky there, but that's a shit candle to deal with. Just the way it goes. Keep your losses small. No worries. So yeah, guys, when things look this choppy, this is a huge wick. That's a huge wick. I don't really want to deal with that. So I'm gonna take a lunch break here now. I'll be back streaming about. The stream will stay alive, but I'll be back talking in about an hour and a half or so, about 1:30 Eastern. So be careful over lunch. There's not really anything setting up that looks particularly nice. So be careful. Don't give anything away. Don't be in a rush to trade anything. And we'll be back at this in a little bit. Alright, guys, how's it going? I don't know about you guys, but I don't see much setting up here at the moment. Microsoft still kind of teasing around this 251 area, but hasn't broken down yet. Apple still kind of in play. Might start going here soon, but just a little bit unlucky with the timing on that one. QQQ not really doing anything, neither is SPY. So those of you who are still on the stream at the moment or are watching at the moment, any questions you guys have about what the strategy is? Any questions about what setup, confirmation, execution is? Or any trades that you've maybe taken in the past that you'd like reviewed? mean, the closest thing to setting up here is Microsoft. It's kind of what I'm looking for now. So those of you who just joined, any questions about what the DTR strategy is? Any questions about what setup, confirmation, execution looks like? Or are there any trades that maybe you've taken before that you'd like reviewed? Or any questions about market structure? We got a little bit of time here before anything sets up for us. So take that time to maybe learn something new or to ask questions. Always here, happy to help. Yeah, for sure, Rusty. I'll tell you something's setting up, but I won't type out any formal alerts. Take a look, Jamie. For what? What's your slant here? I think with Facebook, Jamie, it's kind of had maybe its play out already. Personally, at least on the 30 min. You're looking at some. This was the resistance earlier we talked about. It's kind of filled that, so it looks a bit challenging to trade now, I think. Yeah, possibly, but what's your next resistance target? Maybe this 331? So you got, I don't know if you're getting good enough risk reward there on the 1 hour. I think it looks okay, but I wouldn't say it's that strong. Amazon broke on the 30. There's your low vol pullback, but didn't get that follow through that we wanted. Classic. Yeah, almost feels like that, right? But it's just the market's being so slow with the follow through. I don't like sitting on things for 6 hours. It's annoying. Not unless I'm up a monster. If I gotta sit in something for like 2 hours to make 5%, I feel like that's not worth the hassle. maybe Tesla will give us that 627 break here in the afternoon. That'd be nice. Be a pretty big day if it happens. Don't see a ton else playing out here at the moment, guys. I mean, Apple, this could be the low vol pullback on the 30-minute time frame. Getting 2-to-1 risk reward. Just a little bit higher volume than you'd like compared to the preceding candle. But lower high, lower low, so kind of a scratch. QQQ would like to see a little bit more conviction in this selling candle. Tough to play this reversal though with that wick there. That screws up your risk reward. And then SPY giving us a proper doji. If we go doji, bearish, engulfing, then that could be a possible reversal play at around 2 o'clock. It's not quite ready. I like Microsoft to the downside too if it can break and hold. A possible entry here on Apple. So you think about this volume for a little bit. Slightly higher than you'd like to see, but still well below average. Very bearish green candle. Not perfect, but decent. I get my stop here, that might be something interesting. Everything else looks like it kind of wants to sell a little bit. And Apple's remain the weakest looking of those setups. Tesla, nothing there for me. I'm probably going to take a second stab at Apple if we can get under this 126.60. See if I can get back those 5 cents. If a trade is strong, it's going to give you multiple points of entry. And this has been a pretty slow mover so far. We'll see. If SPY, if we can get a bearish, basically engulfing here, where like, you know, we get a candle close kind of under this 419 area, that could be confirmation for a play down towards the open. So that's the other thing in play. And then Microsoft, if we can break this 250.80 area, yeah, so had basically a rejection at the top, right? Low vol pullback here, falls slightly higher than normal, but still well below average. Kind of into the lunch period, it's a little bit indecisive. But we need to see a breakdown under this 126.60. Not quite setting up yet. I'll be looking at the 127 puts. But at the moment, it looks like it's not going to go for us. The other trade that I like, Farah, is Microsoft. If we can get under this 250.81. And then SPY, if we can get this confirmation candle to close under kind of like 419 area, then I like that as well. Yeah, at the moment, things are setting up more bearish than bullish. Nothing's quite there for us yet, though. We gotta be a little bit patient. Preferably under, preferably it doesn't happen in the next 30 minutes. You kind of want it to come out of the lunch hour period and then break down. That gives us a bit more expectation of volume coming in. So we'll just continue waiting for now. There's no rush. So we want this SPY candle to close as like this full body bearish, normal bearish, or second most bearish. One of these three. If it closes as one of those, that would be a really strong confirmation. But we need it to be closing under this kind of white line here. Right? It needs to be bearish engulfing essentially. Jamie, your Twitter looks like it might want to go here at some point. Alright, so if Apple can close like this looks really strong. We have a possible setup here, right, on Apple. You're getting justifiable risk reward. Good. I'm glad to hear that, Farah. Those candlesticks I find them to be very helpful too. Just sanity check, right? Always remove the emotion out of your decision making. So Farah, just so you're clear, right? Looking for Apple entries under this 126.60, not before, right? Needs to break that line, and then my stop loss will be like 33 cents, that 126.93 area. So green line's always my entry target, red line's always my stop loss target. SPY's looking really nice too, guys. But it's Apple that's calling out to me. Yeah, it'll be May 28th, Friday's expiration. Couple cents away. Getting real close here, real close. Okay, I'm in. 127 puts. Let's see if they go. And SPY starting to dump on us too. QQQ. So we look to be in good shape here, guys. Look to be in good shape. See if we get that follow through right away. That's what we're looking for. You got two possible stop loss locations. This 126.90 area. If you want to be very conservative, you go this 126.79. But I'm hoping we're able to get to 10% up here pretty quickly and start protecting here. This Apple trade's looking really good, guys. We're in good shape here, I think. See how SPY goes, but if SPY can fill out too, that'll be a nice reversal trade back down towards the lows. As it stands, it's not quite there risk reward, but we'll see how it plays out. Alright, guys, look at this. Apple's flying. So we get this follow through. Almost time to protect your entry here. See if we can get a bit more follow through. Nice, Farah. See if we can get some follow through. It's teasing us a little bit. It's teasing. Henderson, you're a bit of a price sniper, huh? Nice, okay. That's pretty much the same price I'm in at. I'm at 107. That's very true. Hey, like if that's how, if that's what works for you, Henderson, I can't trip you at all. Right? You gotta pick your price. Totally fine with that. In the 127 puts, Colin. I hope KC didn't get stopped out over lunch. He'll be laughing when he comes back. Yeah, that's exactly what I have, Rusty. Oh no. Did you get back in here, Casey, or no? Yeah, fair enough. she's been stubborn. Give us another like 5 cents and we can start protecting. You might be worth start protecting now, guys. I don't really want to give anything away here. Alright guys, my stop loss is at 108. My entry's 107. So let's not give anything away. See if we can get some follow through. Spy's giving us that setup too, but risk reward is going to be kind of crap. Microsoft's breaking down. So let's see if he gives us follow through. So I'm now personally green on the day. Taking a second stab at this Apple. Depending on how it closes out, I mean, commission might drag me red, but I'm feeling like I'm in good shape here. So now Microsoft, we get that low ball pullback underneath, break and hold on the 30, get that low ball pullback. This could be a lot of fun. Spy really starting to break down. It's screwing up our risk reward though. I don't think we're gonna have a setup there. QQQ, bit of a tough one too. Tesla, not really anything reversal play-wise there. Yeah, they suck and they don't suck though. They still keep you from blowing up, right? That's alright, Dr. J. You haven't missed a big one. Only up 4 or 5 cents here from entry, so nothing crazy. That's a tough one, Colin. Damn. I don't like these pullbacks. These are getting a little bit annoying. Oh man, be careful. That's the quickest way to blow up, Colin, because there's nothing easier to do than hold on to a losing position. Yeah, but you gotta have that discipline to do it, right? It's just a really hard skill to learn. Guys, when I get stopped out, I use market orders, right? Just get out. I'm still in this Apple trade, guys, personally. Stop loss is 108. Microsoft's got some work to do. Still needs to get under this 80 area. SPY looks pretty good on the 1 hour. I don't know how I feel about this bottom wick. It's not huge. Could be a little bit better, but it's not bad. Still holding Apple. Still holding. All guys. Got out at my entry price, is what it is. It's worth a stab, but tough trade over lunch. Just looks like it's starting to go now too. That's a bit annoying. Theme of the day here, unfortunately. What is Henderson? No, I'm out. Yeah, but we had the setup. We had another setup here this afternoon. Right? Just not maybe the perfect timing, but it was a good setup. It definitely was the low ball pullback. Ball well below average. Arrow pointing down. So, you know, I'm happy to take that setup, but a little bit annoying you don't get that follow through. I feel like that's been the theme this week though, right? Like market has not been rewarding us for our patience and our our setups. It's been kind of we get in and it kind of just dilly dallies us and then reverses. So when conditions are like this, it's pretty challenging. Like long trading into weekends, guys, can be really hard, right? Like it's not When the volume thins out and you don't get that follow through. Hey, old Atlanta. Glad you're joining us. Hope you're learning something today. Send me a message on Twitter from your account. I can put a YouTube name to the Twitter name. Oh shit, yeah. Nice. Glad you're in here. How's your trading been going recently? Yeah, it does feel like that, right? Like we're getting good setups and they're moving a little bit, and then because the volume's so thin, we're getting reversed so fast. Oh, it's a good week. You're gonna take some losses eventually, but it's a good week to kind of manage your stop loss as well and kind of make sure you're not taking a max loss on every trade. That's not sustainable. So kind of a lot of self stops before stuff get nasty, stuff like that, and then always kind of put yourself in a situation where you're one trade away from going green. It's basically what it should always be. Like you're not getting rewarded chasing level breaks either, right? But it's just one of those weeks that kind of tests your frustration a little bit. I mean, Tesla might give us that pop above 627. That'd be really nice. That could be a really fun setup for us. So then the question that's going to come into play, I guess, on this Tesla is, does she have enough legs to give us that follow through into the afternoon? That'll be an interesting question to answer. Not sure yet. not even getting any like nice reversal signals. We're not getting any bottom signals. Yeah, Tesla's getting a bit better. Volume, I mean, still in the 30 though, not great. But I need to see it get out of this box. Once it can do that, then I'll look for pullbacks and stuff like that. But just not giving it to us. We're only $3 away on Tesla, so that's not exactly far to go. But with this market this week, I don't even know if it has the legs. I don't know. I personally don't care too much about that because I don't swing anything overnight. For now, it's a rumor until price confirms it's Black Swan. If we get dumped, I mean, could finally give us some nice levels to trade. That'd be fun. Like, always let price dictate terms to you. That's number one rule. Like we were talking about Amazon earlier. Amazon had that big MGM announcement. A lot of people would have bought calls right off the bat on that, and they would have gotten stuck or crushed or hurt, just waiting for things to develop. So, it's trading news or trading stuff like that. Not really my strategy. I do wonder though if we do get like a big sell-off like we had March of last year, if we'll have another quick recovery like that. I think it seems unlikely to me. I don't think the market will do that back-to-back kind of thing. So a big sell-off could lead to some lean times for a little bit if it happens. But that's just a theory. right, guys, so let's watch Tesla. Tesla's our closest one to giving us a breakout here. Watch this 627 level, but we're not just chasing this as a level break, right? Still need that low ball pullback. We still need a little bit of flexibility here in how to trade this. We got like $22 worth of room to the upside, so we have no reason to chase. And if you manage your trading well today, you're only one win away from having a green day. So don't rush into this. Okay, couple bucks away here on Tesla. No rush, guys, though. No rush. What's nice to see, though, is this volume on the 30s creeping up. We do hit this average line. Should be able to go 5 min. Still got 8 minutes to go, so it looks like we're going to get there. Let's hope this pace can continue. On what? Calls on meme? Just waiting for Tesla to set up, so don't have that much to say, unfortunately. So yeah, just waiting for Tesla, that's it. Nothing else going on here until that pops above. but volume on Tesla's getting close to above average, so might be able to justify shorter time periods. Nice bullish engulfing candle on Q, but really, really low volume. So you want those pieces of information to stack up together, and currently they're not. So that's a bit of a tough one. Similar thing on Apple, but Apple's got a better chance of getting bearish or bullish engulfing on volume too. But still got a bit of ways to go. Tesla seems to be rejecting at this 627 area. Yeah, it's been a tough week, Colin. I mean, you can't complain though. You got a new job. Look, sometimes you're gonna lose money, guys. That's just the way it is, right? When conditions are like this, we just gotta take our shots and then not let things escalate too badly. That's the way it is. We took a small stab on Apple, Frank, on this setup here. I got out at my entry price. Took a loss of commission only. So 0 for 2 for the day, but two very small losses. Just not getting that follow through on any of our setups. Looking for a Tesla break above this 627 area. But I'm not sure if it's ready to go. Volume's creeping up though, so like we have a chance of getting up. Yeah, like, hey guys, like good conditions are coming, right? Nice wins are coming. This week is what it is. We're not taking big losses, right? It's letting things be chill, letting things develop, and if we get their good setups, good. If we don't, we see warning signs and we get out. Keep our losses small. So when you have bad conditions, they're frustrating, but they're not career ending. Exactly, right? Big wins are coming soon, coming back, right? Favorable market conditions are coming back, but going into a long weekend, you know, thin volume across the board. Let's go daily time frames, right? Like SPY, super thin. QQQ, super thin. Right? So it's all about just managing your expectations, right? Every day's been below average for a while now. So we just gotta be really patient, guys. There's no reason to force things that aren't there, but we still gotta have faith in our strategy and take our shots. MDW, I don't know what MDW is. Memorial Day weekend? Is that what it stands for? Yeah, retail guys, yeah, but like if I was working at a fund still and I just got my vaccine and I got a 3 day weekend coming up, I'm doing whatever I can to go make that a 6 day weekend or a 5 day weekend, right? I'm taking a couple extra days off. And the people who are benefiting from the trading this week, right? The people who have taken advantage of some of these gains that we've had in some of these growth stocks, they're not adding shares in, right? They front run. They've been in these trades already. And now maybe they're taking some profit before the weekend or they're doing whatever. So we just can't force trades in here, guys. That's definitely how it works. It's like that movie Men Who Stare at Goats. combination of things, Frank. That's a good question. I like to work on projects that are normally like related to trading, so I always have a little. So I don't know if you guys, I'll show you guys here. But I have a bunch of scripts that I've done. So I work on these, you know, testing them, back testing them, you know, making additions, changes, and kind of getting to a point where I feel confident in them. And then, you know, I try to answer questions, look at charts, you know, some memes here and there for sure. Gotta always be improving, right? Like, I mean, obviously there's times where things are really slow, but what can you do, right? You'll learn not to, Colin. Still like Microsoft to the downside if it can set up here, but not in play yet. Are you talking to me, Colin? Am I missing some messages here? I know I've said before that buying the dip is like a good long-term strategy for the S&P, right? So over a long enough time frame, say you have like a 15, 20-year time horizon as an investment, if you buy, say, once a month, hypothetical number, right, $1,000 worth of SPY ETF, once a month you buy that every time, your objective as a long-term investment is to bring down your average price, right, while still contributing a lot. So if you buy in $1,000 every month and then every time it dips 5%, you buy $1,000, you're bringing down your average price, right? That doesn't work with individual companies because individual companies can go bust, but something like the S&P 500 is always going to be the 500 most strong companies. So you might get a pretty extreme dip, sorry, but you're always going to have, it's always going to exist essentially. Or if it doesn't, well, capitalism is probably dead, and at that point, your savings or your investments would be screwed anyway. So that's basically my long term. That's 90% of my long term portfolio is that. Well, they had their earnings already, right? Since this whole craze started. And like everyone was talking that that was going to be a catalyst, and it didn't really do anything. Let's take a look. It's hard to see this as a setup yet. Right, ignore this line these days. We need to break above here. And I don't like this as a reversal pattern. Right, yeah, sure, low volume pullback, but what's your setup, right? Setup as a reversal, maybe, but it's a red hammer. Red hammer I don't find to be a very convincing reversal pattern. So, say intraday, right? Your intraday setup is break above today's high towards this 420.70 area, or a breakdown under 417.70 down towards 417. No, it's not guilty at all. It's a good question, right? I think it's like this is a borderline textbook low vol pullback, exactly what you want to see. If this was a green hammer, I'd be right with you, right? Because then that for me is a decent setup. I can get behind that logic. But red hammer, I just feel like historically you don't get very much follow through. So when it's at the bottom of the range, you don't get much follow through, and it's not even the low of the day. It's just, yeah, it's just a tough one, right? It's just a tough one. Yeah, we gotta look. Everything needs to be A plus, right? Like when we're bored and we're trading, our gut tells us to cut corners and to get in the action because it's exciting. We have to really fight that feeling and only take what's perfect. Now, I've been guilty of cutting corners this week, right? I'm not gonna shy away from that, but I really still want to maintain being disciplined and like not making things worse, right? Still green on the week, but you know, could have been really bad, could have been a lot better too. So got to keep things in perspective. still think Microsoft's going to give us a breakdown under this 250.80 area. I feel like that's been weak all day. And like if we just get a little bit of volume, it's coming. So those of you who are in here in the room at the moment, any of you guys in any trading rooms, any other trading rooms? You're just a DTR guy, Farah, so no complaints there. Hey, Paco, you're still in here. Nice. Have you been in any before? How do you find the alerts? Do they work? Like generally my bias is that when someone sends an alert, you're always kind of behind the price. You don't learn the why behind, so you kind of always end up chasing. Yeah, so Like there's a bunch of those kind of services all over the place, and they charge like 150, 200 bucks a month for alerts, and then you're always behind. Like you never learn the why, and I find that to be super frustrating. And the worst is when they cherry pick. They cherry pick alerts that they gave out, and ones they traded and ones they didn't. And they're always like the biggest wins. It's kind of just, it's marketing, not trading. Like, I think trading is more, I mean, I try to be pretty transparent. It's more like this, right? Where you just sit and wait for the right setup, the perfect one, and hope you get it, right? You're not going to get that perfect trade every time. Paco, without being too aggressive, is there anything that is keeping you from joining DTR, or is there anything that you'd like to maybe learn about DTR before you'd consider joining? Yeah, that's exactly how I feel, Farah. I think they create FOMO. Nice. Well, we'd love to have you, Paco. Like, maybe not the most exciting day, but I try to be a little bit different. Not really, Frank. Um, I do have like a stop loss limit if I'm down for the day. Like if I go 0 for 2 for the day with two max losses, so say two 20% losses, I'm done. I'm cutting out. If I have 3 of those days in a row, I go on sim until I stack up 5 green days. Yeah, you didn't miss too much. I mean, like the thing with the Wednesday live streams, right? Like they're kind of like an appetizer or a teaser, and the only way to really get consistent or to learn a lot is to be involved as much as you can, right? Not everyone can be in here 24, every time the market's open or constantly. But the more time, the more consistency you put into it, the more you're going to get out of it. It's generally how it works. So, once a week you'll learn a few things, no doubt. But there's a lot more value in, I mean, I talk about consistent, repeatable process. Well, same thing applies to your learning habits, right? So if you want to be a consistent, consistent, repeatable trades, you have to have consistent, repeatable study habits. Okay, guys, let's watch Microsoft. If the market does give us a little dump here, Microsoft's the closest to selling off, and it's been, I mean, it's not moved at all today. So if we do get this dump, this is a really nice consolidation, and it's almost looking like it's a downtrend, right? Like you're kind of getting this sort of pattern here. So Microsoft's going to give us hopefully the best little setup here if it happens into Power Hour. We need some of this volume to kick in. But this is the nicest thing that's going on. Everything else looks kind of suspect, to be honest. So we do, like, with DTR2, guys, like, you get some other advantages. So we have all these, like, DTR documents. We have a private Discord if you guys want to join. I mean, this Discord's not private, but there's a members only room. So for those of you who aren't in it, if I can copy and paste it. All right, if you guys want to join, if you're not in already, love to have you. We've got other stuff here, documents, all this sort of stuff. Trying to see a little bit of residual weakness here. I really hope we get something into Power Hour here, guys. We deserve a nice setup. It's whenever you join. So it'll reoccur whenever you join. Say you joined on today, which is the 26th. Your next billing period will be June 26th. Under the accounts tab, you'll see. No, it just reoccurs monthly on when you after you join. So on your accounts tab, when you join up, it'll say under my subscriptions. Now this is my profile or whatever, right? So I have advantages when not having to pay, but it'll tell you when it in this area. It'll tell you when it reoccurs. Yeah, so when you join, there'll be a tab that says live trading room. It'll tell you when the link is most recently updated, which this is incorrect for whatever reason. So yeah, it says today link was updated at May 26th. Then you just click that button and it'll take you to today's stream. So under the live trading room tab. Yeah, and then if you're on Twitter, you can send me a message on Twitter if it's not working for whatever reason, and I'll send you the link. But generally, it should work. So yeah, Microsoft's definitely the most intriguing guys, but volume needs to step in a little bit. So I don't know if you guys can hear in the background, hopefully not, but getting a bit of a thunderstorm here. So hopefully it doesn't interrupt conditions too much. I appreciate that, Jamie. Thanks a lot, bud. It's a strong endorsement, Frank, but I'd like to see you become a member one of these days too. Yeah, you got to build confidence in your strategy, right? Build confidence in your ideas, and just be consistent in your approach. You know, no strategy, no system's going to work 100% of the time. But if you have enough conviction and you have enough kind of like history behind it, you're not going to shake it. You're not going to shake out of it when things go a little bit awry. I'm only teasing, Frank. Wow. Casey, you need to read the disclaimer for the YouTube video. You're making all these claims, but you're sounding like a man who hasn't read the disclaimer. Yeah, yeah. It's redeemable in person only, though. Well, I think you're talking about Singapore prices there, Henderson. It's college in the United States and Canada is a lot more expensive than that. Well, like if the pricing is something you're concerned about, yeah, I mean, I can't really help you there, right? But I mean, I think realistically, it's about the pricing I came up with was for it to be about one win of a like $1,000 trade, right? One average win of $1,000 trade per month. That's basically what I came up with. That's what I thought was fair. Yeah, one of those a month I think is pretty reasonable. Man, nothing's giving us these setups. Even Microsoft's kind of bouncing off that level again. Just a little shelf. Well, you guys are like I've said it before. So the first, we're at six full-time DTR members at the moment, but once we get to 10, there's gonna be a little, like a little gift or like a little DTR loyalty bonus. So I haven't figured out exactly what it's gonna be yet, but it'll be something functional, something hopefully cool that you guys will enjoy. And I want to try to do a giveaway once a month too. Yeah, it's been there's no follow through on these bounces though, right, Frank? Like, as much as I want to trade this, I mean, let's see, we'd be up 15 cents maybe, so that's a monster. 15 cents with zero confirmation. That's a challenging one. So that's just the way the market's just the way the market is at the moment. What can we do, right? We just can't let things blow up or escalate, or gotta maintain that discipline. This is pretty bad. Like, this sort of period that we've experienced over, I wouldn't say it's necessarily choppy. It's certainly to a degree, um, but I wouldn't say that would be the best. Like, I'd prefer tournaments we're getting setups without like opportunities for entries, and so that's been very frustrating, and that's been a very extended period of time. Like, I'd say it's been like this April, May, kind of get on 2 full months here. So, that's certainly about as long as I've experienced in this kind of environment. But when I look at it in context, the move we had from, I keep saying March 2020 to sort of like February of this year, that was the most straight up action you're going to see in the markets maybe ever. So it's not particularly surprising to me that we're getting this sort of extended period of indecision, or like market's like taking a breath essentially, right? Where we've just ran up, and now it's done its 10K in record time and is now catching its breath before doing its next leg of its journey. How long it needs to catch its breath for, I'm not really sure. But certainly not unexpected, I think, that we're having this sort of pause. Jamie, let's take a look at F. Like, this is something you want to swing? I mean, I think you probably need to get above this $14 area. Maybe even a little bit higher. This 14.30. And then it kind of opens up. In between, you kind of have a few spots where you could double top or find rejections. And they're far out, so that doesn't necessarily mean that they... like, doesn't mean they won't matter, right? But yeah, this is a pretty strong move today. Personally, I wouldn't want to swing too much over the long weekend. You're gonna get theta penalty for a day that you can't really trade on, and that kind of sucks. Like, as a setup, I think it's okay, Jamie. I don't know where this volume's come from. But you certainly had a breakout over this area today, which is nice. But I still think you got a little bit of resistance to break above. And then once that goes, then you have a chance. But I personally wouldn't want to swing this. Yeah, they had that electric F-150, right? Yeah, that's how OG they are, right? Respect. I think you're right, Jag. Like it's that F-150. But like, I don't know, it's hard to call this a low ball pullback. Three M. That's funny. Oh, that's sick. I'm not a big like truck guy, but I kind of like the Ford Raptor. If they did an electric version of that, it'd be hard to say no to it. It's another funny ticker. Zoom is ZM. That's not that funny. That's cool. Man, electric cars are nuts. Yeah. Oh, for sure. Like, I mean, I don't know if I'd want to take a. I don't know if the charging stations are there, right? 350. You know, take a break. 350 miles. You know, go grab a coffee or a bite to eat every 350 miles. That's not bad. I mean, the torque on that thing will be insane. Yeah. Do you know what the pricing is on those F-150s? Oh yeah, for sure. 70K is not that bad starting point. what what are the terms for the class action? How much can you get back? All right, come on, Microsoft. Volume was good on the last 30 min candle, so if they can break under, we can go on the 5 min. Man, it's just a fight for every little level today. This is crazy. Look at these wicks on the queue. What was CCIV going to be? It was supposed to be like Lucid Motors or something like that. And that SPAC craze was pretty ridiculous too. I mean, it's not as funny as NKLA doing their like demo. It's just the car rolling down a hill. That was the funniest I've seen in a long time. Yeah, it's tough over that lunch period though, Henderson. Well, what time frame? 30? Yeah, that's textbook. Certainly textbook. Here's your setup. Break above this white line. Low ball, pull back and go. But man, I don't know if it's one that's on your watch list. Definitely a textbook setup though. But hey, if it's I don't know if it's on your watch list or whatever, but it's just it's gonna have to watch it and like kind of the another reason to like narrow down your watch list, right? To not have so many different names, so you can just have a couple tabs and just bounce around and look for the things. Okay, 20 minutes. Come on, give us the setup here into Power Hour. This is crazy. Don't feel like we're asking for that much. With something like this, I don't know what the option spreads are like, but you have to get pretty punchy delta to justify it. Because a $1 move on a stock like this, not easy to come by. Let's put it that way. Frustrating day today, guys. Frustrating day. Yeah, last Wednesday was a tough one too because it was the Fed minutes. So when you get stuff like that, that can be a little bit of lead to some like indecision on the market. But I don't really believe in bad luck, so I think you're fine, Jag. Don't worry about that. We've had a few nice wins on Wednesdays before, so it's just a matter of time till the market gives us a little bit of something. This Wednesday has not been any different than all the days we've sort of had this week. So it just is what it is. Nah. Join us next week. It'll be fun. Peace, Rusty. See you tomorrow, man. Man, everything's just so wiki. Like, I don't see any of the value in trading this. All right, guys. Any kind of last questions here? I'm not particularly seeing any setups. And even if we do say if Microsoft breaks down here, I don't think we're gonna have enough time in this 10 minutes to get our confirmation and then follow through. See ya, Jamie, and congratulations on your big win today, man. If you haven't checked your email already, should have instructions on how to redeem your prize in there. Sounds good, Jamie. You too, Dr. Jag. It was nice to know that if one of us had a breakdown today, we at least had a medical professional around. Alright, Paco, if you're still in the chat, if you have any issues or you got any questions about DTR, feel free to send me a message on Twitter or wherever you found me. I check my DMs pretty religiously. And for anyone else who's interested in DTR, we'd love to have you guys in the family. You know, hopefully you could join us again when conditions are a little bit nicer. But if not, have a really nice weekend, guys. See you tomorrow, Anderson. right, guys, I'm gonna close the stream off for today. Had a nice afternoon. Talk to you guys next week, or for those who are DTR members, I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Have a good evening, guys.